Alright. I forgot to open my timers. One of these days I'll get used to opening that. And then when I get used to opening that is when I'll have to take a break and I'll have to get used to it all over again. Alright. Try to get this set up and running. Start that timer. Oh wait, no. I want to get Colossus out of the way first. I think I'm going to like try adding the third dagger with the Gabriel dagger to see if that does anything. Like if that works a little better. Or at least makes it, you know, cancels out the 2% left over. I don't know why I'm taking these plus marks off because I'm to put them back on for Mugen. Well, actually, those guys won't require Mugen. But yeah, you need to look into. Oh, there it is. Oh, I didn't mean to stalk the plus marks. Alright. We're gonna see what this feels like. First check, we'll see if we can even clear it. Don't worry about that later. There we go. So we were working with JSON. Data for a single course. And it needed to print a dictionary, but it wasn't printing the dictionary that I was expecting it to. Because I think I have to be the one to like make it, like the function I have I think has to go through and put it in. Cause let's see. Weeks is supposed to be the number of JSON object literals retrieved, which is just how many entries are in the dictionary. Which I think is just print. I think I tested it last time, but just to make sure. Enter info. It's 4. Okay. I should use a song radio function for uh for Spotify more often. At least for the JP song, it's been pretty good, honestly. It's pretty good. I've been jamming out to it. That is not the Twitch symbol, Mellow. So it would have to be ninth of info. And then it's for key and info. It's supposed to be, students is supposed to be the max number of, actually no, we'll do weeks equals length of info. Then it's max students equals 0. Then it's like for key and student, if well, key, wait, the key is going to be like, oh, the key is 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it'd have to be info key students. Yeah. What's up, Goku? Congrats on biggest bear. You're growing. Getting back to your biggest size. How you doing? Oh my god, my dog's going crazy. Wait, are they supposed to be coming back today? One second. Let me go see what he's losing his mind about. Alright, sorry. Dog was barking too much. I had to bring him upstairs. Biggest of all bears? Oh, I don't know. Actually, I think Zeliri's gotten more in a row than you. You're definitely the biggest bear of this instance, that's for sure. So big. Lies. Actually, we can check. We can check. Let's see. Let's see if your claims are correct. Oh wait, no, I can't because I cleared that request recently. Dang. Could have checked it last week. I hadn't like cleared my request review for like 3 months, so it was like piled up. So I had to. So I literally like cleared it like 2 days ago. I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know, Goku. Look at it this way, Goku. Clean slate means both of you are, you know, you can establish your biggest dominance. You know, that's what it means, right? Clean slate, you're good to go. You're good to go. Why the biggest? Why are you bonking me? Wanna catch these paws? You may be the biggest, but I've been putting in them hours for the pew pews. All right, I am a lethal machine. Better watch yourself, Goku. Better watch yourself. bonking me. I'm gonna catch these. I'm gonna catch these guns. I'm gonna send you back. I'm gonna send you back to King Kai in the heavens if you keep this up. You know, Dragon Ball is bringing you back this time. Main questions. King Kai. Who Goku meets when he's dead. Bro, you don't even know who. You don't even remember. I can't believe this. Getting out Goku'd. Get wrecked, nerd. It's the first Kai we get introduced. Urgh. Urgh. Then why'd you question mark? If you question mark, it's because you're confused, because you don't know who I'm talking about. Ridiculous. Oh, total hours. I'm surprised you said King. I mean, you have to remember, like, most of the characters I'm gonna know by heart are like DBZ or regular Dragon Ball characters. So I'm definitely not gonna say any of the newer ones. I don't know. I haven't watched much of the newer ones, so I don't really care. And to be fair, the only thing I know about GT is Super Saiyan 4 form. That's it. I don't remember much about actually watching that series. I guess how many points you have. Honestly, I'm so bad at guessing how many points people have. Cause I stream twice a day. And like a lot of people tend to lurk more than I expect. Like I was surprised the other day when Lyric was like, I think he said he had more than 100,000 points. Granted, I think you've been spending yours a bit more. But yeah, no, I don't know. You have less than that. Well, I was gonna say, I think you've been spending yours is like more on average. Way less than 100K. Gotta, gotta pump them numbers. Pump the numbers. Gotta get more reps in. Sleep less. Someone tells me the dagger change wasn't good.
Hello there.
Yes, yes. Hello there. How are you? You got any plans today, Go? You doing anything? Playing any games? Just chilling? I was just asking if you got any plans for today. Like any games you're playing, or are you just chilling? Sleep? The day's just started. What do you mean? Main goal in about 2 hours. Sleep is key. Gotta get your reps in. I can't believe this. SMH. Oh, right, I forget that she's a sword. Mm-hmm. God, I really don't like how just because you put in something that exists in a word somewhere else, it just automatically like. I should have checked if there was a way to make it where it won't suggest, like, it won't try to be like, hey, is this what you're trying to write? Unless it's like the first letter or something. It's literally was like, I put a 0 and it's like, oh, do you mean Docker 2019? No, I don't think I would put in a 0 for a Docker 2019 Python. I don't think that's what I would be doing. I think I'd be putting a D. Got hours. Average hours. So it's just the value of hours divided by 0. Hmm. Oh, I guess I have to. You've learned. Alright, thank you for the alert, Goku. If you do end up passing, I'll get some good rest. And then it should just print out a dictionary. Maybe make sure everything is written correctly. I think they're all integers, huh? Problem is, I think it needs to like print it in like JSON format. Ah, okay. It's because I need to write this differently. Oh, Emperor Zenderman, welcome in. Whoop whoop. How's your week going? Hmm. Why is it invalid syntax here? Oh, I forgot the commas. Okay, that should work. Going okay. Slowly losing your sanity with work. Oof. I mean, I guess the upside for that is at least you're getting monies for sanity loss. Hopefully. Hello. Doing okay. Kind of have a lot going on at the moment because I took up studying Python, started about like 2 months ago, and then on top of that, been packing and organizing for a move. So been a little frazzled, more than usual, but doing all right in the grand scheme of things. Oh, it kills my team at 6%. Man, guess I should have just left it with the double attack katanas. See if a Kinds of Meriton will show up and finish that off. So I don't have to use an elixir. But honestly, can't really complain all that much. Yeah. The nice thing is at least I've been able to enjoy the coding studying, because for me it's been pretty therapeutic. That's not how they have it printing up, but I don't think I mean, I guess it's technically correct. Hmm. I was gonna take some time to relax every now and then. Yeah, like usually for me that's like the weekends, right? Because I'll do like, well, I guess you could argue nighttime. Sometimes, more recently, I was like studying during the day and the night. But usually on the weekends, I would just like not do anything. Like I'd barely even play games. I just literally sit on my computer, like watch other people I know stream, and kind of just be brain dead and let my brain be dead. And usually I'd be fine. But with the move stuff, well, I've had to do stuff on the weekends too. So it's like no real break, to the point where like, because to me, like, I don't know, learning this, especially getting into this part of coding, is like therapeutic in a way, especially when I get the chance to make like a bunch of functions. I don't know, for me, like, for me making functions is like therapeutic. Like I kind of enjoy the process, and it's just like to the point where I'm following an MOOC course, like that they have, like, I'm not in the course, but they have their like the entire lesson plan up, so I've been like following that. And it's like, even when they're just like, well, you don't need to make a function, I'm like, I'm going to anyway. You can't stop me because I'm not in your class, and you can't grade me. Because I don't know, I just, ever since I started, like, ever since I got to the functions part and it was just like, yeah, it's completely okay to write a bunch of functions because it makes things cleaner to read, my brain's like, functions everywhere. And then it gets just like, it's just really therapeutic to kind of like piece them together, kind of like a big old Lego set. That's how my brain looks at it. But even that, it's been like, sometimes I'll just stare at something that's pretty simple that even I should be able to do it, and then my brain's just like doesn't even want to think, doesn't even want to try to think. It just stares, just stays staring, and I'm just like, oh, like, come on, brain. Like, for instance, this. Oh my god! Like yesterday, I started stream late because people were coming to inspect the house to put an offer on it. So I had to like wait for them to leave. And then when I started stream, I was so brain dead. I like finished the assignment that I had that I was working on previously. But then like on this one, which honestly really isn't all that hard, like I've basically written all of this today, like in the past not even full hour. It was just like yesterday I just couldn't. Like I spent like I think like 30 minutes like looking at this and trying to figure it out. So that's just how brain dead I was. Therapy is whiskey and anime or cleaning. I don't get how people like do cleaning for therapy. I resonate with the whiskey. Anime I used to. I don't watch a whole lot of anime nowadays. But like, yeah, me and whiskey have been very good friends over the years. Just we could have been good friends recently, but I'm out of whiskey and I need to budget a bit more effectively, so I can't just go out and buy anymore. At the moment, I'll probably wait till we move into the new house. Just because less things to pack too. Make my life a little easier. It really is. It really is. And it's only gotten worse. And it doesn't help that like my preferred, because like usually I don't usually my stages of therapeutic whiskey is very it's very obvious how much quote unquote therapy I need from it, depending on how little I mix with it. Because usually like I like my go-to is I'll take like Gentleman's Jack, and if I'm drinking soda, which I haven't drank soda in a long time, I'll mix it with like 50-50 Dr. Pepper. Or, which is what I've done more recently, I'll get like a nice apple cider and I'll mix it like 60-40. 40 for the apple cider, like apple cider. But then sometimes when I really just need the whiskey, I'll just like, you know, pour the whiskey and then like splash the apple cider on it. My mom was just looking at me like, "You okay?" It's like, "Yeah." It's like, clink the glass. I will be. Like walks off. That's funny. Okay. And then this should just return to the course. I don't know if they wanted me to turn it into a JSON file. Go to is Tennessee Fire Jack Daniels. I don't think I've had that. I won't lie, I've never gotten super adventurous with all the different Jack Daniels. Granted, when I used to drink a lot of whiskey, at least in the area I was at, they didn't like it was like you had the regular Jack Daniels, or you had Gentleman Jack. And that's about it. They didn't really have a whole lot of other options. I know. I think they had like an apple one that I had a friend have when I visited him once a couple years ago. Or this elixir because this guy didn't come in to finish soloing it. Which is okay. I think I would have rather just taken like save the couple extra bucks and gotten regular Jack and just mixed it with apple juice. Bartender for a night closer. That'll do it. That would do it. That would do it indeed. That is definitely a comes with the territory skill. Yeah, I've never. I've had a couple of friends who like suggested it, but I don't know. I could never. My mood, like it's if I have a bad like my mood like affects me too much to do those kinds of jobs. But I do enjoy mixing drinks. I've always thought it was really cool to be a bartender. Like I'll be a bartender for friends. I don't know if I could do it as like an occupation for me personally. People like I salute people that can do that kind of work, especially for long periods of time, because that is a lot to deal with, especially at like a club. That is a lot. The reason why you got that job is because I've been going there for years. If you see someone trying to spike a drink, you throw them off the chair. That's only one way to get the job. Uh, that's definitely one way to get it. That's for sure. That's definitely a way to be like, yeah, that's definitely something we want. As a bartender. Well, hopefully you enjoy it too, though. It's been a long time since I've been to a club. Luckily, the club I went to was pretty chill, and even on like the super big nights, never really had any incidents with people spiking drinks. So that was pretty nice. Didn't have to worry about that. Study Python. I need to move this folder. Oh, no, there's one. Oh, save that file. And then the other one. Yeah. Mission. This is over there. Occasionally, you do karaoke while in your shift. Legend, legend. I'd never be able to do karaoke, mostly because I'm not a really good singer, and I'd rather just listen to other people. Drink spiking is really common in the UK, so you always have to keep your eye out. Yeah, I think for the most part, like the club I used to go to, like this is a long, long time ago though. They had really good like security. Like they usually always had like a security dude next to the bar and stuff, whose job was basically to pay attention to it. Because there was another two clubs on the same street, because we had like a street that just had a bunch of clubs on it. I say a bunch, but it was like I think 5 in total. They weren't very close together. There was like the one I went to, then like a block was another one. Then you went like 3 blocks for the other one, and then like the other 3, ironically, were actually kind of close together towards the far end. But the 2 in the middle between where I went to and then the other ones, those 2 had a big spiking problem. Like we would always hear of someone having gotten their drinks spiked like when they went to those clubs. Thankfully, nobody. I knew 2 friends who they got their like they had gotten their drink spiked, but thankfully they were with like friends and they had kind of you know gotten them out and reported the incident. But it was definitely more of a there's just it kind of just comes down, I feel like, to the management of the clubs and the bars and stuff on whether or not they're gonna kind of enforce some sort of way of getting it done, like having someone like watch over it and stuff. Because obviously there's like personal what you call it, accountability for keeping track of your own drink. But when there's like so much going on in a club, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to kind of just lose track of everything. So at that point, you need to the establishment itself should also have some sort of safety net. That you're paying with some households decides to run a night out. True. It's always people like that. Always people like that. I think one of the other things that made it really hard was, aside from the people watching, is the club we went to. They wouldn't charge you for doing this, but if the bartender noticed that you had left, like you hadn't drank out of your cup for like 5 to 10 minutes and you had been turned around, right? They would basically take your cup, like whenever you would turn back, they would like come up with some excuse like, oh, your ice is melted or whatever, and they would take your cup, dump that out, and just pour you a new drink and give it back to you. So I think that was another thing that also helped combat it. So that way, just in case, like, you know, someone was sneaky enough to get past everything. But yeah, there's always people out there who just, I don't know. They gotta, they gotta be a bum about it. Such a good idea. Yeah, yeah. I was always like curious as to why they did that, because there was a one of the bartender guys we ran into when we were eating lunch one day, and we were somewhat regular. There was like 3 or 4 of us that were somewhat regular to the club, and we were just like, yeah, we always wondered why like you would do that. And he's just like, oh no, that's just something we do in general. And he's like, because it helps come like kind of add an extra layer of defense against people spiking drinks. And we were like, oh snap, that's so smart. Yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool. That was apparently that was something the owner of the club came up with. Which I mean, you'd have to, because right, you're tossing a drink out. So it was a good club. Sometimes some of the DJs they'd bring were a little iffy, but that was a pretty good club. Nice little place to go chill. On like a weekend night or something. Alright, what do they want me to do? Oh, the first one is name, hour, minute. The next one is task points, hour, minute. Instead of making this one, just make this one. So much fun with friends. Yeah. There was a couple times I went alone, and it just wasn't as fun. I feel like stuff like that is usually just more fun with friends. I won't lie though. They get pretty expensive though, real quick. Oh, it'd be a fun time, but sheesh. Start of the next week, I'd be like, well, guess I'm just eating toast for the next couple of days. To find the students who spent over 3 hours on exam task. Is any student whose any task was done over 3 hours later than their start time. They will punch. Maybe more than one submission named task for each. Well, 9 to 16 is definitely more than 3 hours. Then 9 to 19 is definitely more than 3 hours. Oh, thank you for the follow. Do appreciate it. Hmm. How do I go about this? I don't think it doesn't seem the tasks have any bearing on the time. Individual exercises. Was the follow thing? Yeah, like that's from when I first started streaming. I used to stream Lost Ark back then. And the it was a it came out in the like a Korean side a lot because it was a Korean MMO that got launched in the West. And there's a class called Destroyer where you have a hammer where a lot of things is charging it. And there was always this meme that you would like full charge your ability, and before you would swing it, you get hit and you get knocked off into Narnia. Someone drew that fan art, or like that little fan gif of it, and I'm just like, I have to. It's so good. And even though I don't play Lost Ark anymore, it's just like it's just too good to get rid of. It's too funny. I used to watch all the little like there was like this batch of Korean destroyer content creators where like 90% of their videos are just like making meme content because that's like honestly it's just too funny the situations you get stuck in as a destroyer. Hmm. How do I do this? Just return a list. Uh, Honestly, sometimes I do want to play Lost Ark again, but well, the last time I tried playing it, like last year, it blue screened my computer. That was no bueno. And then I heard they had fixed that, but then recently I kept hearing like how much of a nightmare it was for if you had taken a long break from the game, you would come back. And then they have this like auto flagging system for trying to combat bots. And well, a lot of people would talk about how they would get their account flagged for being a bot and banned, and then it would take them like weeks to get it unbanned. And I was just like, I'd just rather not deal with it. That, and then I remember there's not a whole lot to do as like a solo player in that game, so I just kind of shrugged it off. Unfortunate. 1,000 hours into that game that'll never see more playtime, unfortunately. Unless they change some stuff. I think there's like new solo content now, but in order to do it, I'd have to do group content, like Pug It. And people in that game gatekeep pretty hard, mostly due to how the raids are designed. Like it's not a case of like gatekeeping for the sake of gatekeeping, it's for the sake of I don't want to spend 12 hours on this raid that we could have cleared in 4 hours just because someone, showed up with a really shitty build. And I really can't blame them for that. Alright, so returns to the list. So we would need to write we would need to go through the start times and return the hour count for that. Oh wait, is that the oh no, that's the time. They started at 9 and they went to 4. That's still more than 3 hours. And they went from 4 to 7. That's still more than 3 hours. And these guys started at 6:42 and went till 9:22. Hmm. Um, I could probably figure it out, but it's just manipulating CSV files, which I can do. Spell checker. I still have that. Oh crap, that's one of the ones I didn't do because I don't have the file for it. Right? Yeah. Skip that one too, that sucks. Yeah, one of the downsides is sometimes some of these exercises are like, use this file, and then like they don't have like a spot for me to grab the file, and they don't show me what's like contained in the file, so I can't like just copy it myself, which kind of sucks. But there's been definitely a couple, like this spell checker one would actually have been really fun one to mess around with, but I can't get the file because I think it's I think it's just a case of it's part of the like the actual whatchamacallit. It's part of like the little in website thing they have. But it is a module. File containing Python okay. And same direct. I'm importing it the default Python directory. Python interpreter will not find when the import statement is executed. You can use your own modules, just learn to use the modules from Python standard library. When using module type hinting comes. Oh. Hmm. But I don't think it shows the. Do I have that in this file? In this directory? No, it's in like my other directory. Yeah, it should be. So that's what type hinting does. Man, that means I'd have to go back and actually like set this up. Because if I do What if I do... this one doesn't have the capabilities for it. Oh, what's up, Zerg? Welcome in. You missed me messing around with my Colossus grids, only to end up that apparently it's still worse than if I just left it alone. Oh, speaking of, I need to change that katana back to the second attack katana. I was trying it out with the third dagger made. Did not go well. So then I decided to try it with the defense katanas, like, you know, an attack katana, defense katana instead of two attack katanas. Mixed results. Failed on the first run of that grid test, but succeeded on the second one. So basically I have to make sure everything is in a function. I still also don't know. Well, I'm kind of torn because I'm pretty sure I have enough cores. I think I have like 115 after fully uncapping the sword. Like I wanted to get the fist, but I feel like I should just get the staff for water. Even though Water Guild Wars is gone. Because I don't think I need a specific celestial weapon for light. Because I have the sword done. I don't know if I should just wait on it. Or if I should just get the staff. Just make the staff. The problem with making the staff is I would not be able to uncap it, I'm pretty sure, because I do not have any staffs, like at all whatsoever. It's been raining non-stop today. Same, actually. Yeah, it started raining like early this morning. It's supposed to rain the entire day. Same. And even though it's like not that cold, it's like really. What is the humidity? I looked at it earlier. 85% humidity. Shoot me, please. End game. The program is being executed on some of the value, and the program imported the. Did I set the sword in here? No, I did not. Oh, none of them are swords, are they? Oh. Spear, dagger, and then gun. Oh, I guess MC can use the buffs. Change case. Split in half. Remove special characters. What did we get? Ledgefest. Is that the next batter? Also, I just realized one of the last new characters we got was Light Fina. Guild Wars? Next Guild Wars being Light? Coincidence? Methinks not. Methinks not. There's an agenda here. Should be at 9 p.m. Oh, I guess I'll see if we get anybody new. I doubt I'll, like, even if it's someone like super strong, I'll probably just wait until like grand wise, I mean. I'll probably just wait until Zodiac banner, honestly. I don't know who they would add a grand version for. That would make me want to pull right now. I don't think there is anybody, honestly. Oh, I mean, like, well, no, because it's like if they add Grand Siegfried, which I doubt, maybe, but I'd probably also just wait. Because it's not like I particularly need, like, even if he's like incredibly busted, like I can do Diaspora drugs. Like, yeah, I don't know. And considering it hasn't really been all that long since we got Grand Medusa, I don't particularly think they'll add another Grand Earth character to Ledgefest banner this soon. Like, she was literally the second most recent character added to Ledgefest. Pretty sure. No, third. Right, because they added Raph. Oh, actually, I think about it. They did do Wind, back-to-back Wind. Because I think it went Medusa, Vayne, Raph. I don't know. Maybe they will do it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there would be a character that if they added it. As a grand right now, I'd be like, yep, got a spark. I'd probably just wait through anniversary, honestly, seeing how that's basically around the corner. Oops. You have base class and signature and child class and signature. Okay. Ugh, I need to get used to writing type hints then. Fuck. Two AM the collab banner will pop up. You can't see it, but I just made a really judgmental looking expression after reading that. Banner's dead to me. Quite literally, honestly. I haven't read Nejima in so long that I don't even remember if I have any favorite characters, except for like the ferret thing that they showed. Cause I forgot he was the thing. And I was like, oh, it's a ferret! Ferret weasel thing. Yeah, so for this one, watch me like be for this collab. Well, I guess we'll find out like what's all on it, right? Like if Shion and what's his face, Diablo are on it, like instantly off the rip, would be. I'll have a reason to be interested in it, because then it could be second chance I'd get Shion for free. I wonder if they'll do a thing right where they'll like rate up the collab characters that are for the current collab or something. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. We'll see if they do anything. Let's see. I'm just gonna have to like check it against. Okay, no. I was like, well, I mean, I guess I could get practice in with importing the thing and just have it check if it's a. Let's do that. String. I'm curious what elements everybody's gonna be though. I feel like I'm more curious about that than anything else, really. Do we know? I guess I should practice riping it. Wrapping it. Riping it? Wrapping it. Mellow. Goodness gracious. I was gonna say wrapping it and writing it, and then I just combined the two words together and just called it riping it. What the fuck? Don't know anything about elements. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't even know where to guess, to be honest. Shrugs. I guess we'll find out. Honestly, I'm just more looking, be like, oh, shield round two, maybe, potentially. Is it not string dot? It is. Oh, I guess I have to. Okay. I have to make them into this. I'm so confused. Why is this not working? What? We have imported string. That is the name of the thing. Dabricon being fired solely based on him looking like Soul Bad Guy. That's funny. Ah, actually, talking about Soul Bad Guy makes me. I don't know if they ever. I mean, maybe they could. I'd love to see another collab with another fighting game. At some point, they've only ever done the Street Fighter one, which they've done two, I think. Which I think I have the ones from the second go. I missed the one where you could get the Ryu Chun-Li costume, unfortunately. But I think I was playing for the second one. But I'd love to see them do one with like either Blaze Blue or Tekken. Why is this not working? I am so confused. What did I use this on before? Oh, it's the passwords. Yeah, import string. Why does it work here? Okay. That's kind of annoying. Module is not iterable. Except that neither of those should be a module. They're two strings. Is there a thing called original string? And there's no way, right? No. Okay. I'm just going to do what I wanted to do last time. This is a string though. Why is it treating it like a module? Okay, I don't understand why this is not working here, but it worked fine in here. Because I do this, and then all of a sudden, now, okay, never mind, now it just works. Oh, that's what was happening. Okay, that makes sense. It's because I named this string and I named this string, but then the library, the module is called string, and so I was trying to pull that. Okay, that makes sense. I was so confused. Brain's a little slow today, like it is every day. Hatsune Miku collab when? Honestly, I wouldn't put it past them. What is it? Well, because like they've had all those Idol, Cinderella Idol, whatever collabs. I wonder if they'd do a collab with that one uh Hatsune. Is it a Hatsune Miku? Yeah, I could do a collab with that one Hatsune Miku game and bring like the rhythm one that's on the mobile phone. Bring characters over. Probably. Hololive collab win. That would be so good. Especially because like especially on the well I wonder which like gen they would do, but there was the gen with like Noelle, right? Theirs are so fantasy themed. Because I'm assuming if Granblue does a Hololive collab, it's probably going to be with a JP branch in mind. Okay, yeah. The whole issue I had was because I was naming the argument string when it needed to be something else. Zerlane did it. Why not Granblue? I'm trying to think of, has there been another like well-known gacha game that's done a collab with like VTubers? I'll say Azerlane's the only one I can think of, but Azerlane does like collabs with like everything. Like Azerlane did a collab, like I didn't know about this until after I played it, but they did a collab with Atelier Ryza. I think probably. Oh, actually, I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't. To be honest, this guy also did a collab with Hololive. Oh, don't talk to me about this guy. Talk to me about this guy. The whole reason I've never played like a mainland this guy game, but I played the collab, the gacha game, not the collab, the gacha game for a bit because they did a collab with Seven Deadly Sins. And then like with almost every Seven Deadly Sin collab, they didn't fucking put Escanor in as a playable character. I was able to get King and Diana, but still. Sob in a corner just cause he dies in the thing does not mean that he doesn't deserve a collab appearance as a character. Gang gang. Me no gang gang. Me do. Thanks lang. Good in my mouth. What's up, next time? How goes the you all caught up on the story for Starro? Okay, so it'd have to be. Let's see. What do I call it? Call it half equals length of original string divided by 2. Then it would be lit equals orig string 0 to half string half to the rest. Print split. Oh, well, actually, I'll just return it and then I'll just print it in the thing. Must be integers or none or have an index. It's not a. Oh, this is a float. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It works. I didn't even know I'd made this an even string length. I thought it would be odd. But I forget that it counts the bases. I was about to say break time has to be soon. And it's in like 20 seconds. I can at least write the next one. Break time. I really should set up hotkeys for that. But speculation time. Let's go. There has to be like a Nejima wiki or something. Let's see. Oh, the characters we're getting. Nejima, obviously. Jack. You? No. He does the magic. I got nothing. Oh, is that how you say that? You know what's a collab I would actually want is Rurouni Kenshin. Dog, if we're gonna be bringing back like old manga anime collabs in Grand Blue, where's that Rurouni Kenshin? You know what I'm saying? We got the what you call it? The Samurai has Bando collab. Where's the real? And we got one for Samurai Warriors. Where's the Rurouni Kenshin? AKA he deals 1 damage but gains like 30% charge bar every time he attacks. And then at 100% charge bar, he Ogies and then allows himself to use the the sharp side of his blade, and then deals real damage. That'd be such a bad character. Apparently, improvements to the collab banner already. In the grand scheme of things, overall rate has been improved to 4%. Was increased to 1% rather than being an even split between all SSRs available in it. I don't know if the 4% is gonna be the 1% like uptick. I'm pretty sure is actually going to be effective, but I don't know how big the increase to 4% is going to affect. Hmm. Oh, that's right. He does wield the sword. Let's go to comment. Equivalent to suicide. Overwhelming strength. Ooh, it speeds like appears if he's teleporting. Artifacts can transform any type of weapon. That's good. I forgot about that. Also, Trigun, dog. A Trigun collab would go pretty hard. I'm just thinking of like old animes I used to watch that I want collabs now. Yeah, no, right. Like if Jack isn't fire and he's got a move called Hellfire Conflagration, that we riot. Honestly, we just riot. I'm not gonna lie. I think one of the biggest things I'm kind of like disappointed from the My Hero collab was I was like, oh, we could have gotten Endeavor as playable, and then he could have had an Ogi called Prominent Flare. But no, no, we still have to focus on the chair and fuck them kids. Someone commented on Grand Blue Ian's post about the announcement of the banner change. Someone's like, I will decide if this is a good change or not if I can get both of them in free pull mode. Mode. I'm still I still wish they would add like the Verushia, whatever, however the post, the fucking Red Oni like girl they added in versus to the game, and then relink characters to Grand Blue. I don't know why they don't do stuff like that already, honestly. I feel like it's kinda dumb, but it is what it is. It is what it is. It's probably been my biggest gripe with Grand Blue's like character releases is mess around and then actually start fighting unless he dodges certain. He just throws rocks for no damage while he's doing it. I'd be so. They could do such troll characters with both like Trigun and Roni Kenshin. Oh, they gave Jack his sword. I hadn't seen that they had put the art out for him till now. Honestly, with the art for Nejima, I think he might be wind. At the very least, the like green effect is usually something they put on wind characters. These way can't pronounce. MC is not my issue, or is that just like a running meme? Also, I'm not gonna lie. I know it's probably not super optimal, but you can probably take my celestial axe out of my cold dead hands when I'm playing an earth, like an earth team with MC on a class that can wield an axe. Forget the story behind she became the red Oni like form, but she is MC's mom. Oh. To the wiki we go. Let's see. Oh, I'm assuming what she looked like before she became angry Oni lady. Oh, that's such a cute art. Shrine made it to a dragon deity. The Versus Corp originally belonged to her. When Lucilius threatens the lives of her children, she sacrifices her mind to it, transforming into the god weapon. Never mind, it now explains why she's not in the main story then. Or like in Grand Blue. Priestess of Baja who got sent back in time. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's been so long since I've like read the manga for that I'm just like they announced it and my reaction was like, oh, old anime, cool. Like it was kind of hard to be actually excited for it because it's been so long since I'd read it. And honestly, like, I'm gonna have to say I probably didn't like it. If that was also my only reaction, because like Rurouni Kenshin, like if it was a Rurouni Kenshin like announcement or like a, to be fair, I would say Trigun, but Trigun if they did it, it'd probably be based off of like the new version. But if it had been something like Rurouni Kenshin, I would have like lost my proverbial mind in all honesty. Cause oh my god, I watched that so much when I was younger. And then I reread the entire manga, I think like when I was in university. I was just bored. I would have been all over it. I don't remember all like the specifics, but I remember like enough of it that I would have been excited for it. This is like one Trigon. There'll only ever be one Trigon, and that's it. Never had no other Trigon attempt in my life. It's that's funny. Cracked me up. Mm. It worked. Oh, okay, so that means these work too then, the way I was expecting them. It was just I got thrown completely for a loop for when I had the issue with having the variable named string. Oh, this should work. And here we import string helper. But hello there. And everything should have return, right? Return, return, return. Wait, yo. There. And then it didn't grab the comma for some reason. Is that not in the punctuation? It is. Why didn't it get caught? Yeah, it's not catching the comma. Yeah, there's a comma here. Why is it not getting caught? I guess I could do it the other way, right? If character, because it's not grabbing. Well, we'll have to see. Wait, isn't there one that has all of them? Yeah, ASCII letters. No, it's still not catching the comma. Like, I don't understand what's going on. That it is just ignoring the comma. Oh, right, I forgot to. Void string. Oh. Basically, it means that this won't work. I would have to do not. I was hoping I could do it the other way, but I guess in a way, like I still would have had to do the new string. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to remove. Hmm. I'm still not quite sure why it was ignoring the comma on the other version because it took the exclamation point. Right, like it took out the exclamation point, but for some reason it just ignores the comma. And I'm not really sure why. Oh. I mean, realistically speaking, it's not like I had to write anymore. If anything, like this was even less. I guess I could have done it the other way, right? Or instead of for character in original string, I would do for character in punctuation, remove, like replace with blank. I wonder if that would work. Oh no, that wouldn't work either, actually. Because it'll keep pulling the original string, and then it would take like it would go to the comma one, take the comma out, but then it would pull the original string back again anyway, and then it would just no, never mind, that wouldn't work. It would literally, I would literally have to just be like new string equals original string, and then be like remove. Yeah, no, it's nicely written out as this is. Or Python features. Single line conditionals. That is something that I need to like learn how to do and be better on. I don't know if it's a bit like how should I say this? Probably like hubris. Not really. No. Like I feel like it's like a slippery slope where it could lead to you making mistakes easier than if you just wrote them out. But it definitely would help streamline code. To finish off this course, and then we can go into the advanced course. I'm kind of excited because like a lot of the stuff that they've taught here were things I had to like go out of my way to learn, for like reading and writing the text files and stuff like that. And I didn't know how that would fall because in MIT it's introduction to, like, their course is also called Introduction to like to Python, I think specifically. No, computer science. That's what it is. And I think it's because it's computer science like focused. So they focus on a lot more of the theoretical stuff. So they didn't teach about like reading and writing to files, CSV files, JSON. Like they loosely touched on importing libraries, but definitely not to the degree they did in this course. Because again, it just feels like the difference between taking a course at like a university, which is usually more theoretical in almost every aspect that you do, depending on the university itself. But in most cases, universities in general, their original, well, reason for their institution was to be more geared towards the theoretical side of things, um, which is why I think it's preposterous that bachelor degrees are considered like minimum in a lot of like workspaces, or at least like advertised as such. You can definitely get jobs without them. It's just you probably will take some more legwork and you'll probably have to do more like outside work and stuff. But in my opinion, that's probably like better. But like it's like the difference between the MIT course, which is obviously from MIT, is like the university course, right, which is more theoretical, more focused English, mellow, on the like the computer sciencey part, which makes sense because it is the introduction to computer science. While in this one, it's the introduction to programming. So it seems to be more wired. And again, I don't know if this is just a case of difference of like area, right? Like maybe over in like the Finland area and stuff like that, or in the European, maybe in general. I don't actually know. I've never been to university in any of the European countries. Uh, it's a bit less theoretical and a bit more like of a mix because they do explain the theoretical sides of things in this MOOC. It's just that it's more focused on like this is how these things work and how you implement them, and this is like all this kind of stuff. Because I feel like it's way more focused on prepping you for work, which to be honest, I feel that university courses tend to fail in some regards, depending on again what university you're going to, what major you're going into, stuff like that. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I really like the MOOC one. If the remainder of x divided by 2 is 0, print even, else print odd. We have a conditional expression on a single line. A if condition, else B. The value of this expression evaluates to A if condition is true and B if it is false. Structure sometimes referred to as ternary operator. Conditional expressions can be useful when you need to assign something conditionally. For example, if you have the variable x and y and you want to either increment or set the value of y depending on the parity of x, you could write in a normal if-else statement. If the remainder of x divided by 2 is equal to 0, y plus equals 1, else y equals 0. The same could be achieved with a nifty one-liner. A zinger. I'm sorry. Anytime like I read something that's like, yeah, it's a one-liner, it's like comedy. Like that's not how this works. Y equals y plus 1 if the remainder of x divided by 2 is equal to 0, else 0. I wonder like how programmers who've been doing it for a long time, like when they read it, because like for instance, if you read something like something like that, if you read it exactly, it's A equals 0. But realistically, the operation is A is equal to 0. Because this equals is part of the group of stuff like greater than equals, less than equals, you know, stuff like that. Does not equal. So like if I read it in like, for instance, proper English, it would be like is equal to, is greater than or equal to, is less than or equal to, does not equal, right? And I'm kind of curious if longtime programmers, like if they read something like this as equal, like if they were saying it to someone, it would be like, yeah, no, it's like if A is equals true, right? Or they just, I'm assuming they just say it's like if A is equal to. But I'm assuming that when they verbalize it, it's probably like normal, right? Like it's like, oh, if A is true. But then if they're like, I'm more curious like how they mentally read it. Because like for instance, the way I mentally read things is different from how I say things sometimes. Which is why sometimes when my like sentences turn into a jumbled mess, it's because like my brain is either tired, well usually it's because my brain is tired, or just like my brain derped and the translation of a thought process to actual coherent sentence is disrupted. But yeah, I'm kind of curious. You may remember from previous parts that you're not allowed to have an empty block. In a Python program, if you need to have a block of code which does nothing, for example, then testing some other functionality, the pass command will let you do this. You could, for instance, blah blah blah, simply return immediately. Empty block would produce an error. In Python, loops can have else blocks too. Huh? Oh shit, I didn't know you could do that. That's kind of cool. Section of code is executed if the loop finishes normally. For example, you're looking through a list of numbers. If there's an even number on the list, the program prints out a message and the loop is broken. If there's no even numbers, the loop finishes normally, but a different message. That's pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that. Well, I guess you could. It's just I never did it like that, right? Like they're saying, for instance, with this, if you do my list, right? So let's put a list up, like 3, 5. Why am I putting periods? Like you do a list like this, right? And then they go for x and y list if the remainder x divided by 2 is equal to 0. Print uneven number break. Realistically, if this is a function, you would just make it return, but since we're not in a function, I can't make it return. But then they go out here and they say, here, there's an else. Print there. Numbers, right? But I guess maybe it comes to a case of if you're writing something longer in a function, then you could do it this way. I didn't know you could do it like this, honestly. I don't remember the MIT side taught us that. And if they did, then I just kind of brain derped it. But because like if this was like if this was a function in and of itself, this wouldn't really make sense to write like this. Because you would just put a return here and a return there. Because especially with if-else statements, the way coding works is it's just like, it doesn't have to, you know, it's not like a while loop. It's not going to get locked into like an infinite loop, right? Like the only, like, or at least when you're using a for loop, well, if you're using, well, actually you wouldn't even want to use this with a while loop, because it wouldn't work. But, because it just keep looping through the whole list. You'd have to put a counter to make it stop. But, I don't know, like I can see the uses. I can visualize the uses for it. It's just it's a little weird because I can't think of any time I would have used it before. But that's also because I'm kind of drawing a blank. I'll probably like work on some side projects tomorrow and be like, oh, this is how all this works. All right, so but yeah, this is pretty neat to learn. I didn't know you could do if else like that. Use a helper. Remember whether the desired item was found. Equals if not found. You know, all that struggling with Colossus, and I don't remember if he dropped the weapon or not. I don't think he did. For else statement saves us the trouble of writing a separate variable. Default parameter value. A Python function can have a default parameter value that is used whenever no argument is passed to the function. Oh yeah, I already know about that one. You can also define a function with a variable number of parameters by adding a star before the parameter name. All the remaining arguments used in the... Oh, shit, I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. Contained in a tuple and can be accessed through the named parameter. Oh, that means when I did this, I could have made it a tuple. Probably would have been a little harder. Oh, I don't know if that's... Hmm. That's so cool. Because I was thinking is in the project that we had just finished, or not in the project we just finished, in the assignment that we did earlier, where let me get rid of this because I didn't do this one. Where was it? I have no idea where I put it. I have no idea what I even named it. Oh, a URL exercise. This one. Right, so like in this case where I passed all of this, I could have made this the I could have used what they taught us here, because what they taught us here is that if you do a function call and you do something like this, and then you go funky time. There you go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. In the previous functions, the way I learned it was you had to, in order to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, not send it like as a list, but send it like this. It would be in here. I would have to have like 6 different variables, but with this, it puts it as a tuple, which is pretty cool. Do A equals 1 equals 4 equals 6. And I go A, B, D. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is that like down here, wait, no, not that. Down here, another option would have been to make this a tuple. And then because the thing was, right, is when I wrote the make dictionary part, I control C control V because I didn't want anything to be wrong. Now the thing is I don't think in a case where I would have to manipulate the actual values themselves would it be a good idea, because in this case they're all integers, so it doesn't matter as much. But I think that I think it kind of just depends on what you're doing. Um, okay, yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking that in a case where you have like multiple things that more than likely fall into the same typing, and at the very least, like for instance in this case, right, where I'm not trying to manipulate anything, it's just attributing values to it, I would still have to remember the order that I had it typed in, right? Like, or that I was getting pulled in, because that's going to dictate what index it's at. But I think in this specific example, it would have been better to do the variable number of parameter maneuver with asterisks, args, and then just be like weeks colon arg 0 our students colon like do that instead, because one, it's just more concise, and two, it's just there's like no real like you can write in here, right, what it's made, or like you can be like, consists of, you can write it in here anyway if you wanted to, which probably would be what you have to do to make things cleaner so that people wouldn't have to keep like scrolling up and down, especially in like bigger projects. But I don't know, it's kind of interesting though. It's kind of interesting. I don't know about that. Good to know. This exercise, you'll write your own programming language executor. Execute order 66. I don't know, I've been watching a lot of Star Wars stuff. Anytime I see execute order or anything, I just go Palpatine. Well, I mean, this one isn't related to watching Star Wars stuff recently. If I hear anything about power, my brain instantly goes unlimited power. It's because that'll just never leave my mind. Oh, I just realized we could have had an unlimited power meme with Mjolnir for Granblue, but now we won't because it's too late. Because especially because the element they used to one-shot Bubs was dark. Oh, missed opportunity. We could have done a meme where the person used the costume from getting all of this, like, any of them really, that are like evil, right? Like MC Evil-esque, right? So the one that you get for getting all the Primarch weapons, or the one you get from the Avatar Belial one from the fighting game, they could have used that, and then they could have been like, well, actually, I prefer the other one because the hood for Palpatine, but then they could have just been like holding Mjolnir and like being like unlimited power. Oh, that would have been so rip. What could have been? What could have been? Sag. My Star Wars dreams will remain dreams forever. Like my dream of having a playable Darth Vader in this game. No. Dun, 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 dun. Those are my tears hitting the desk. Just dun, dun. Oh, I honestly, I feel like, Darth Vader drawn in this style would look pretty sick, honestly. I don't know how well they'd be able to get like the lines of the helmet drawn out, since there's not a whole lot of color distinction there, because it's basically like entirely black. But obviously they would have to work with like the shading and all that, because like you could say like, oh, with Siegfried, but Siegfried's helmet's like blue and black, and I think some brown too, so like there's coloration to it to help with the definition of the lines and the angles. But Darth Vader's does not have a lot of that. much of it all. Program will consist of rows, and each row will be in the following format: print value, print value, variable value, assigns the variable. Suicide Squad, Isekai anime, the chance of Star Wars, arriving with Japanese gacha is not 0. Well, yeah, but I mean, like, I just mean specifically for this one. Like, I mean specifically in Grand Blue, I would want to see it. Because I just don't play any other gacha games. Like, the only other gacha games I play a decent amount are MiHoYo's and Star Rail and Zenless. And MiHoYo's kind of like incredibly inconsistent with collabs across their games. I mean, for crying out loud, Genshin, I think the last collab they had was because of PlayStation money with Alloy, and that was a shit show. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't want a Star Wars collab in there, even though it'd be kind of cool to have Darth Vader and Zenless. But even though it'd be more likely he'd be in Star Rail. But yeah, I don't actually know how popular Star Wars is over in Japan still, though. I also don't know if they would do it based off of. I feel like if they did a Star Wars collab, though, it'd probably either be based off of The Mandalorian or the newer movies. And I honestly couldn't just not. I just did not give a shit about the newer movies. The only thing I liked about the newer Star Wars movies was in the first one that they did, where I got to watch an X-wing in all of its high fidelity glory, just fly. Like, oh my god, that one scene where like the X-wing fighters like fly in for like the battle, so good. And it wasn't even so like it wasn't even a reason because of the movie. It was literally just because I could like live my childhood of having grown up watching the first three movies. Uh, like not the prequels. Like I grew up watching the first three, and seeing the X-wing, and then being able to see them in just like high def, just fucking beautiful. Oh, it was so good. It was so good to see. It made me happy. 7 was good. 8 and 9 don't. Yeah, honestly, I don't think 7 was too bad. I enjoyed watching it. I think I watched 8. Didn't really care for it. I didn't even watch the last one because at that point yeah, I was like, Tracks, adds, subtracts, multiplies. Names a line of code so it can be jumped to from elsewhere. Jumps to the location specified. If condition jump location. Condition is true, jump to the location specified. And finish the execution. I hope you're going to teach us how to do this while we're doing this, because nothing of what I've just read has any bearing on anything that we've learned written out the way it was. Are just a notation to signify operands. People. Program is executed line by line from the first line. And when there are no more lines to execute. Each program has 26 predefined variables named A to Z. Each variable has the value 0. Notation refers to one of these 26 variables. All the values processed by the program are integer numbers. Notation refers to either a value stored variable or an integer number typed in directly. The notation refers to any name of a location which consists of lowercase letters and or numbers. 9 may not have the same name Notation condition refers to any expression in the format value comparison value where comparison is one of the following operands. Please write a function named the run program which takes a list containing the program commands as its argument. Each time on the list line of new list, which returns the results of the print command executed during the program's run. You may assume the function can only be given programs which are currently in the correct format. You do not have to implement validation, error handling. Okay, so I have to make a function. Alright, I need to break this down because sometimes the way they use the lingo is just confusing as shit for no fucking reason. So the first one is I need to make a function that upon saying it print something, the function knows to print that. Yes. Takes a list containing the program's command as its argument. Oh, fuck. This literally has nothing to do with anything they've taught us leading up to it. Like, this is kind of the frustration I have in some of their exercises, where it's like, is it doable? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know everything I need to know to actually do this, but the way it's worded is confusing as shit to me. And like, nothing that we just covered before this, like, has anything to do with it. Or like, not necessarily anything to do with it. Like, I'm pretty sure they want me to like use the variables and whatever, but like there hasn't been there's no exercise that's been written out like this, and it's like, guys, you're still in the introduction part. Like, if you like, it's not even that. It's like, if you want to write assignments like this, then write assignments like this, like, period. Like, just, oh my god, what is it with always with like computer and like engineering and mathematical shit that they just cannot be consistent to save their lives? Because there's a lot of the, like, even recently, a lot of the, or like, I would even say the previous exercise I just finished, it was pretty handholdly all the way through. It was really easy. And then you jump to this one where it's just like, oh yeah, we're making a language executor. And it's just like, you can use whatever to make it work. And it's like, where did this come from? Like, I ended, because like, this is the end of the first, like, the portion. Like, this is like, I'm saying this is the last part of the last, yeah, of the last thing. Which is like, fine, I get it. This is like the final. But it kind of just, like, they just blindside you with it out of nowhere. Like your brain's just not mentally ready for it, and then they're just like, bam, here, take everything you've learned and like work with it. It's like, what? Huh? Like you I don't know, do a little warm up or something leading into it. Right. Assigns the variable the value to the variable. So it makes a dictionary. Wait, is the print command not actually like print too? No, yeah, it prints the value. Oh, I understand now. That was so fucking confusing. That was so confusing. Took me like so long to figure that out. Probably not really. Probably took me less time than I feel like it did, but it took me about like 6 minutes. Still, it's like, I don't know. For me, like it's one of my constant gripes for learning, like especially technical stuff, like technology, like computers or math or engineering or anything, where it's just like, if you want to do just out of nowhere, here, figure shit out on your own sort of stuff, you need to do that sort of stuff more often, like to condition a person's brain to like tackle it like that. Especially considering that I would say the last, especially the last exercise leading into this was very not have to bust my balls to figure out what I'm trying to do kind of deal. Like it took me like probably like a couple minutes at most to figure out the entirety of it, not just where to start. Because basically what they want this to do is, what you're doing is you're creating a list of strings that will contain commands. Like basically it'll tell the function what things it needs to call in order to do the things to then return the stuff. It's just with the example they're giving, it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Because it says the print is supposed to print the value, but then the output they show as a sample output does not print any, like it prints a list of the values that got added to the through the thing. So print isn't exactly true in how it's been used in all of the previous example, where when the thing tells you to print something, it means print it. In this case, print means add to a list, so then when that list gets returned, it's on that list. At least that's what I'm interpreting it as, because that's what they're giving me to interpret as. Like, and if that's not what they wanted, well, sorry, that's what you're getting. Because honestly, instructions unclear, left foot stuck in ceiling fan. I was gonna say the actual thing, but I was like, you know what, let me not be. Let me be a little bit more nice. Like I was expecting an exercise on using the variable arguments and stuff like that, considering that's like we literally just learned that and that we haven't used it in anything. And instead, it's basically just, by the way, here's your final. I'm calling it the final, but it's not like really the final. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is the final. It's worth 2 points. Did I see up at 11? I don't know. It kind of just annoys me a little bit. Like it just the entire flow. Sometimes they just throw it out the window on some of these parts at the end. Like they have such. There's so many parts where they have such a good flow of teaches this, gives exercise that uses that, teaches something else, gives exercise that uses that, teaches something else, gives exercise that uses that. And then when you get to the end, because it's divided into 6 parts, and then each part has like sections. And when you get to the last section of a part, it's like 50-50 on whether it'll like what it teaches you in that section, it'll actually like give you to use so you can learn how to use it properly. Or it'll just off the cuff just give you something that they expect you to understand, that it's like midterm style, where it's like use everything you've learned to answer this problem. And it's like, it's so jarring mentally to me. Because it's just like, it's just, yeah, no, I don't get it. Adds the value to the variable. Like realistically speaking, this isn't really all that hard. I'm just gonna have to make a bunch of functions that do this. The function should return a new list which contains the results of the print command executed during the program's run. Yeah. This is what I don't like, is when they use similar verbiage for different things. Because that sentence right there at the end, the function should return a new list which contains the results of the print commands executed during the program runs. And then when you go look and you're just like, well, what does the print command do? It says the print square brackets value colon prints the value. That's so misleading, in all honesty. Like in the regards of you being a course to teach something, right? Like this isn't like I'm taking a client's request for how to do things or something like that. Like no, this is a exercise in a course that's meant to teach people how to use things. And then they have very like, again, I don't know if it's due to maybe a, well, not really. I mean, like I feel like Finland has a very good grasp on the English language considering proximity. But I was gonna say, I don't know if maybe it's like a translation thing. But to be fair, with how it's written, like I haven't seen anything that would note that it got like translated. Like I'm pretty sure this was written by them in English. But I don't know. It's just that part is very misleading. Just due to the fact of like every time the word print has been used previously, it's been used to do this, right? To put the result out. So to use that as a quote unquote command and then not have that do this, like mildly confusing. And then result equals program run program. Run. So we know what it needs to do. We know that it needs to return a list containing 1, 2, and then the sum of adding 1 plus 2. And then returns a list with all those values. Which means we need to initialize the list up here. equals a list. Value equals an empty dictionary. Then it needs to be for, because it's a list, right? So it needs to be for command program if command oh no, I'd have to make a list of it first. It'd be list equals command dot split an empty space, and then if endless 0 equals ma, then value cmd list 1 equals cmd list 2. Because in this case, it'll take this, turn it into a list. It'll check what the first index of the list is. If it's MOV, it'll run this command where it will then take the first index 1, which is A, assign that as the key. Index 2, which is 1, assign that as its value. Oh no, it's supposed to be a variable, but I guess it doesn't really matter. They said use whatever I want. So we're going to do that. How do I keep hitting that one? Thank you for the look. Hope your week's been going well. Was it an invalid or undefined name? Oh, because I misspelled the crap out of it. And then in here, values equals that. I'm gonna toss that down. Then test equals movie A1, movie B2, run test. Oh, print values. Unhashable list. Or unhashable type list. Oh, okay, so that has to be inside of that. I can never tell why sometimes I can do them like next to each other, and then sometimes I have to have it like in like inside of inside of. Oh, week is good too. It's been okay. Can't really complain. Got a little thrown out of whack on Wednesday, but it's fine. We're living. I'm just ready to get this move done so I can set up in the new place. But honestly, can't really say it's been too bad, except for the food, because like there's just nothing to eat. I might have to make. Oh, I guess tonight I'll just make a. There's like a garlic chicken pasta in the freezer that I've been neglecting. I just make that, I guess. Um, I'll just work with the basic stuff. All right, so the real question is, okay, so that part's done. Else if zero equals add. It would be values. It would do this. Zero equals oh wait, no, equal 1 equals oh no, that's not what it needs to be. It would be crap, how would I do that? So command in program empty list equals command dot split. I would still work. Equals yeah, because it would still have one plus value list 2. Oh, square bracket that's never closed. Where? Here. Hmm. Alright, so that doesn't work. Oh, never mind. It does work. It's just, or I don't know if it works because I haven't added it yet. $12. I do not think it's 12. Oh, because they're strings, aren't they? Yeah, because they're strings, right? I forgot I needed to change them to ints. Okay, so that works. But um, this is gonna be kind of like short and sweet, which is why I haven't like been adding it to like making different functions for it. Alright, I need to change them to their ints though. Okay, I think technically this should do everything. An end. Hmm. Mm. Mm. Names the line of codes that can be jumped to from elsewhere. What in the actual fuck? Sorry, it's just they're just introducing concepts that more than likely I know how to do this. It's just that none of the exercises they've done have really taught you how to like jump around and stuff like that, and it's just incredibly frustrating. Because again, this isn't like if this was me like being like, oh, I'm gonna do work, or I would go to like one of those websites where it's like, here's to test your knowledge kind of deal, and I got hit with this, I'd be like, God, I'm so dumb. But this isn't. This is a course specifically for people to learn how to do things, and yet they're pulling stuff like this in what's still the introduction. Like in the advanced course, I'd kind of give it to you. So they have a little bit of a, they can butter themselves up a little bit and slip around in that area. But when you're still in the intro course and you're doing stuff like this, like you need to reevaluate how you do your introduction course and decide whether you want to have it like this or to be a bit more hand-holdy. You can't have it jumping back and forth. Because like it would be more acceptable if, like, my constant gripe had been for the past couple parts of being like, I didn't teach us how to do any of this, but I had that issue at the beginning. We didn't really have it towards the middle, and then we're having it again at the end. And it's like just the inconsistency is probably what's frustrating me more than anything. Because like for instance, this part works the way it's supposed to, right? Which is extremely simple. Uh, but but this is like extremely simple in regards to like the examples given, because they want one where there is like to add a location, right, that lets you jump to it. So for instance, they have like move A1 move, or I'm assuming that's what it is. It's called MOV. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. I'm assuming it's not something based off of English, because MOV assigns the value to the variable. So mov A1, mov B10, then it has begin, then if A is greater than or equal to B, jump to quit. So it needs to have a program that will just jump to basically wherever quit is in the list and then keep like going from there. Means I probably don't have to really do anything with location. Location might just be a thing that's there. I was thinking I might have to save the index for the location or do something weird there, but I probably just have to leave it alone. Because probably what the case is, right, for the jump is I'd have to have a function that you would then pass the list to that would then index when it finds that for jump, for the word begin, and then it would return the index for that, and then just set the like it would reset the list from where it's pulling from, so that way it would, because the way they want it to work is like, right, they want it to like, imagine there's like a begin up here, and it's basically, it's making a loop in a different way. Because what it's supposed to do is it has A and then it has B, and then under B it has begin, which is the start of the loop. And so with the loop, what it's supposed to do is it'll check. It's basically like a while loop, really. If A is greater than or equal to B, it's supposed to jump to the end, to the bottom, which has quit, and then execute from there to go to end. If not, what it needs to do is it needs to go print A, print B, add, well, in this case, it'll be add A1, subtract B1, and then jump to the beginning. So what it's supposed to do is supposed to go through all of this and then jump back to like here, right? And then it's supposed to print A, print B, add, subtract, jump back. So what I need to do is I need to have the list that it's using. Like I need to make a copy of this and then have that be getting mutated. Or not necessarily mutated. Oh no, it could just be How would I do that? I would have to mutate this somehow. Because I don't, because like I could very easily like work my way out of it where it's just like I could just be like if quit, go to end, if begin, just continue kind of deal. But I don't think that's what they want you to do. So how would I do that? Did you? Oh, actually, I think I might know. Let me save this. Because this is actually a fun little thing. It's just the reason I was griping at the beginning, like I don't mind actually working on this because it's actually kind of fun. But the reason I was griping at the beginning of it is simply the way they give you the information is faulty, in my opinion. It's like they need to choose a style of how they want you to be reading things and then stick to that style. Or if they're going to transition, like do a transition through the midway point, right? Like, all right, we're going to do the first half is we're kind of babysitting you and writing things down very easily so that you kind of like know what it is. All right, starting from the midway point, we're going to kind of like dial back some of the details we're giving you because you need to start learning how to like think about the skill sets you've learned and then use them. But they don't do that, right? They're very handholdy in like a lot of the sections, like especially in the middle part. Like I feel like they're particularly handholdy and telling you what to do and stuff, especially even on the more complicated expanded like exercises. But they'll just randomly all of a sudden just like, you know, take your floaties off and kick you in the pool and be like, oh, you should know how to swim now. You've, you know, I told you how to do it. You know, I didn't show you how to do the breaststroke, but you better start breaststroking without them floaties on. Like that kind of deal. And it's just like, it's just jarring mentally. Like I don't necessarily think it's like bad to do that, especially when you're getting towards the end of what's the introduction. It's just that they kind of didn't really prep you mentally for it, and they kind of just like kicked you in the back, and we're just like, there you go, have fun. But yeah, the assignment in itself is pretty fun because I've been figuring it out. Uh, entitled. What do I call this? I'll just call it that. Let's see. So we're gonna do s equals 1, 2, 3. 5 for index and test if index equals 3. Okay, that doesn't work. How do you? Oh, I guess I'd have to do a while loop instead of a for loop. I was mentioning how the program itself is a while loop. I was just curious if I could do it in a for loop setup scenario. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I could do it in a while loop. I have to rewrite this then. I feel like what it needs to be is count would have to be length of program, and then while length of program is greater than 0, or while count is greater than 0, uh, it needs to um, it needs to reset it. No, it'd be count is 0, and then as it runs through, it'll do plus equal, and should count ever exceed, that should break. Right? So it'd be like count equals 0, and then it'd be like this, or count is greater than length of program. It just breaks. and then it'll return result. And then in here, it would be while count is less than length program. I guess I wouldn't need the end, this down here. Plus equal 1. And when it does anything, it should increase the count. Plus equals 1. And then this one should be commandless equals program count split. Okay, it still works. I was gonna say theoretically this should still work exactly the same. Theoretically, it should also work if I this. It does. Nice. And it works correctly. So basically what it should do is I've now set it up. I think I have break time soon. We have 5 minutes. I can probably write like a block. All right, now we're set up to deal with the like making it a loop. Suck it, rook. Every time I do for and while loops, every time that I can make a while loop, or a for, like every time I have in a situation where for loop doesn't work, and I have to make a while loop, I'm just like suck it. Because every time I make a while loop and then I change it to a for loop because it's more efficient, I get mad. Because that means that's another score for rook on being right on the whole. Just make it a for loop. So every time we can make a for loop a while loop, that's like 100 points for Hufflepuff. Because the way this should work, I'll have to put that at the end. So we'll need to do a subtraction. Ew, you're ew. How dare you? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan, if I'm perfectly honest. The only reason I root for Hufflepuff is because their like house mascot is a badger, and I like badgers because of Lord Brocktree from the Redwall series. And every time I've ever had a friend make me do the what house you would be in sorting house quiz, I always get Hufflepuff. So every time I make a reference to it, I'm just like 100 points for Hufflepuff. Let's go. But honestly, I could care less. I don't care. I've read like half of the books and I've seen like half of the movies, and I don't know. I blame growing up reading Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance novels, warping my my sense of of what I think a mage is supposed to be capable of. was wondering why those weren't distance. I don't know, when you grow up books reading about wizards that are dropping entire meteors on like uh on on cities, and they're like, that's a wizard. And then I learned about, you know, you learn about the wizarding world of Harry Potter, and you're like, oh shit, a bunch of wizards, let's go see what they do. And they're like with their little sticks. Kind of hard to be impressed, honestly. A little hard to be impressed. Kind of not really a thing. Why is one a key error? Oh shit. One is an error because, yes, correct. That is a key error. Which means I need to make it check if the second one is like a key in the dictionary or a value or like an actual number. I got stuck in an infinite loop with that one. Why? Oh, because I didn't have it. Okay, I know why. Shut up. I'm coding. Don't interrupt me. Okay. Oh, because it's supposed to, okay, it works. It works, it's just it wasn't the number I was expecting. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nice. So I just need to do that for the subtraction one. We'll do that. I'll write it for this and then we'll take our final break. You know, I've had a hankering for eating the potato salad we make recently. Oh, I got rid of the wrong thing. I needed to keep the parentheses and get rid of the bracket. Did Pottermore test twice and I got Ravenclaw instead of the letter you believe? Ravenclaw, I remember explicitly because it was the second, and I don't recall with 100% certainty it was Slytherin the first time. Yeah, what is it? The Pottermore test, like, isn't one, like, that was the one I had, like, my friend would have me do was, there was another one. He had like a website that he had a couple of them from because he didn't like the Pottermore test, especially if it's for someone who's read the books, because the answers become kind of obvious for people that have read the books. So you can, at least like back when I did it, this was a long time ago, the questions were very easy to manipulate if you knew like what the right answers would be for specific houses. And so like for instance, granted he didn't believe me when I told him I could manipulate it to get every house. And as soon as I showed him I could get every single house like in a row, he was like, oh. I was like, yeah, it's a bit of a problem. Is when he started looking for other ones, because I could literally, or at least like, because at the time like I had read the again I'd read like half the books. I could very easily manipulate what answers would give me what house. So it's not a very good test for people that know what they're doing. But some of the other tests are actually really interesting. They were some more similar to regular personality tests. And I think one time it would give me Gryffindor. Like I took like 5 of them, and I think once it like gave me Gryffindor, and then the other 4 times was like Hufflepuff. And then I was like, being a lion is overrated. Badgers for the win, fucker. Especially because that was around the time where the honey badger trend was gaining, which I know it's not a honey badger as the mascot, but you know what? It's close enough. You know, the honey badger don't give no shit. Like that was when that meme was like trending really hard. And yeah. So that's why, even though I do not really care for Harry Potter, if people ask me what house I would be in, they would be Hufflepuff. Not for any of the other reasons people talk about with the swords and shit like that or whatever. I don't know anything about that outside from clips from the movies and friends of mine that are huge Potter fans that just go on these like huge tangents with their PowerPoints on on like how to do things. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The tests are kind of fun to mess with. It's kind of funny because another friend of mine who also doesn't care about Harry Potter, he's also read, like me, like half the books and stuff, and we didn't care for it. His wife, who at the time was his girlfriend, was a huge, very Harry Potter fan. And nothing would bring us greater joy than we were sitting around, like messing around, and then we just like start making some of the dumbest, like, alterations to Harry Potter references to just annoy her. That shit was funny. Like what is it? It would be like we'd do stupid shit like what is it? Avarda, whatever, like that spell. You know, one of us would be like, abracadabra, now you're dead. She'd be like, it's not abracadabra. And the other one usually be like, bibbidi bobbidi boo, defend myself. She'd be like, wrong fucking. She would be so funny. It'd be great. Nothing brings me more joy than doing that to people that are really big fans of like Harry Potter, like fans to the point where something like that like kind of doesn't make them like super angry, right? Because I'm not trying to be offensive, but like it triggers something. Just gets them, making them look like, you know, angry rabbits where they thump their foot down. That's not what it's called. That's not what it is. I don't know. Teasing people brings me great joy in life. Because that's how I was raised. I was raised in a very teasing household. That's how we show affection. It's also funny when people like pick up on that tick of mine. Cause like I was in university and there was guys who like they, after knowing me for a while, they would realize the people that I'm like, they're like, you either don't like them or you don't know who they are. And they're just like, and they would tell because depending on if it's someone they'd seen me like interact with or at least like talk to multiple times, they could figure it out which one of the two it was. And they're just like there's people that we'd hang out with and I would never tease them about anything. And then one of the guys was just like, wow, really don't like him, huh? I was like, how'd you know? I was like, you've never teased them or made fun of them for anything. And I was just like, sounds about right. Because for me, teasing someone takes like getting to know the person. Because I like, if I'm teasing you, I don't want to like offend you. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just trying to like, you know, be like hee hee ha ha. like make it like I want to tease you about something that you think is funny, like too. So it means I have to like get to know you. And if I just don't care about you, I just won't care enough to get to know you to tease you like that. So it's really funny when people like figure out my like little ticks like that. Because I know them. It's just whenever someone goes like, "Oh, I figured something out," I like to act stupid to see if they know. I like to be like, "Oh, really? How can you tell? I'll give it away." Like stuff like that, just because it's funny to me. You know, you gotta let them feel special sometimes. I'd be like, "I'm so smart, I figured it out. He didn't even realize." Meanwhile, I'm sitting there like, "I've known that since I was like 13." Thumbs up. And there's a behind the scenes blooper thing of the actors in the movies. Think some spell names. One says bibbidi babbidi boo. Yeah, that's correct. I'm saying that isn't a spell. And he goes, "Alright," and throws out the most aggressive. I've seen that one. I've seen that one. I've had that one sent to me before. That one's really good. You know what's really funny is it's just like what is it? There was another thing that I got in that like I know about Harry Potter. It was people who made fun of the actor for Ron for when he gets woken up in one of the movies. Like I think it was the one where they're at the Quidditch Cup game. Uh, in the movie scene, they like he's asleep and they wake him up and he covers himself with a blanket, right? Like he pulls the blanket up to his chest when he's like, "Oh shit, what?" And everybody was like making fun of him because they're like, "Oh yeah, you have stuff to hide and whatever." And I'm just sitting there like, if that was a natural tendency from him, that just means he sleeps without a shirt on more than likely, because that's what I do, because I sleep without a shirt on. And if someone wakes me up, it's like first reaction, if I'm like someone wakes me up, I'm just first reaction is pull blanket up, and then second reaction is look over and figure out whether somebody is dying or somebody's about to die, one of the two, depending on the situation of who's waking me up. So I don't know, for me I could relate. I was just like, he's probably just used to sleeping without a shirt on. But when they told him to act like someone just woke him up, not to mention that a lot of people's defensive reactions when having a blanket over them in general is to pull it up. Realistically, it doesn't defend you from shit, and honestly in some cases it's worse because then you get tangled in it. But when someone's like over you, shaking you awake, I feel like most people's natural reaction is to pull up the blanket. I don't think most people's natural reaction is to just fling it aside and start swinging. I felt like it's an oddly specific situation, but I thought it was really weird that people kind of like harped on him for that. I was like, I thought it was pretty fitting for the scene. Natural reaction of grab whatever's in your hands to kind of defend yourself with. He's asleep. You got a blanket. What you're gonna try to defend yourself with? I don't know. Some people think they're like Captain America. They'd be like, "Nah, I wouldn't react like that. I'd throw the blanket off and get up and be like, what's going on?" I'd be like, "The fuck you would, dog. You probably trip trying to get out of bed." I still remember when a fire alarm went off at like 2 in the morning on a weekday in my dorm. So obviously not a planned one. And I was passed the fuck out. And my roommate wakes me up. He's like, "Mellow, mellow, mellow." I think he had to hit me with a pillow because I was out. I was such a heavy sleeper when I was younger. I became a much lighter sleeper after having a dog. But I woke up. I was like, "What?" He was in the middle of saying he was gonna say fire alarm, and he said fire. And as soon as he said that, it was like blanket was off, flipped over, put sweatpants on, put hoodie on, put shoes on, and I was ready out the door before he was, and he was already like halfway through getting dressed. He was like, "How the?" I was like, "What happened? What? So apparently I know. Apparently I am well trained that if someone opens my door or something, it wakes me up and goes fire. Apparently I could be like 75% asleep, and my brain will understand how to dress myself to make it out the door. Probably comes in handy because I usually leave clothes, or because of the fact that I usually leave like something like laying out. Like I don't put like if it's like sweatpants I wear around the house and stuff like that, like shirts that I don't wear like out. You know, I just wear them inside. They're just like comfort clothes. They're usually like on something. I usually don't put them away. Oh no, a snake died. Avenge the snake. Yeah, you know, I sat there going like, I don't know what I'm ever gonna put the stage 2 Guild Wars skin on, and then I remembered that the only reason I had the Phoenix skin from Rise of the Beast equipped on Kengo is because I don't like Kengo's like regular version like regular look, and I would use the samurai look, but I find it always really weird for Grant how he has the like little half moon thing kind of just floating on his forehead. Like I wish they had just given him a samurai helmet, like a full one. Yeah, like he just has that. Like it's just there. It's like duct taped to his forehead, and I always found that really weird. That and they haven't given the EX classes their extra colors yet either. I think if they gave me like an all black one, I'd probably use it. But yeah, I was just using the Rise of the Beast one because I had a katana, and I was like, oh, I'm tired of looking at like I hate looking at the Kengo one. But I could just have him use this one, which looks cooler. I think that was the last Chev one, right? It was. I don't want to keep fighting Tough Nut, but I do need to fight like Wellness because I haven't been fighting. I haven't even been doing my 6 dragon clears recently. I need to keep doing wellness. To be honest, I need to be doing all of them to try to work my way towards that wonder, but I need to especially be doing wellness in Loba because I still need their Manaturas. And I need to like set up a team for Fediel and who's the other fucker with the shield? Galleon? Yeah, I need to go back to doing Galleon. Yeah. Got their shields. I am hungry. I have to cook. Whatever, we'll beat up wellness and then I'll end stream. Well, I have to go see if I have to cook. Because if I have to cook, then I need to end stream early so I can eat at a reasonable time. So I can keep working on the picture that I've been drawing. Because my plan had been to draw something for someone who their birthday is coming up. By coming up, I mean it's tomorrow, and they've gifted me art they've drawn for my birthday twice now. So I wanted to like return the sentiment because I always found it really cool. But then with the moving thing, I was like, my brain was so dead, and I didn't realize that it was like catching up. So I've been kind of like speed running it a bit, so it's gonna look even more scuffed than I would have wanted it to look. But I think I have like a decent idea down. I have like most of it. I just need to put the finishing touches a bit on it, and it'll be good, or at least good enough. I might like fiddle around with it a little bit more. I found my pen stylus, whatever the fuck you want to call it, for my Samsung Fold, and I remembered I have the Sketchpad app on there, and I think I might just start trying to practice how to draw on that, just to see. I tried it a little bit, but I was like, I like it was taking me a bit to try to figure out how to do the like to get the strokes to be the way I wanted them to be, but and I was like, I don't have enough days to figure out how to do this. Actually, I don't think we'll have enough time to beat wellness. So you guys can watch wellness getting beat up while I do a little perusing. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom, 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 boom. Oh, I think I say head edge. Be a bit of a surprise. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna go figure out if I have to cook dinner or not. We can go to say hi to Edgy. Yeah, tonight will be more Delta Force. Tomorrow will be either side projects or maybe I'll try to wrap this up because this little project's actually been kind of fun. I really do enjoy it. As I had said before, this week I didn't really think was gonna have any sort of cancellations during the day stream. Next week is a bit of a different thing in general because my parents want to like pack some stuff up and take it over with them when they go to sign for the house on the 14th. Oh wait, no, that's not this week. After, but like basically, they'll probably want to do a lot of packing like next week. So next week might have a couple day streams that are canceled. So as always, I will let y'all know in the Discord if that is the case. So feel free to join, come by, say hi. But yeah, it was a early day for you. Hope you have a good day. It was a late day for you. Hope you rest well. Stay safe. Stay hydrated. I'll see y'all tonight for me to get shot in the face because apparently I can't play Delta Force well on stream because when I played it off stream after to test out settings differences, I got like 20 plus kills.